Ah, yeah. Convert to MP3. Dropbox RNG music. That's where it is. Always use waveform audio. Alright, let's get a bare stream. Get rid of this. Alright, so might have figured out the problem too. So that audio dropping out. Apparently, like MP3s don't agree with Adobe very well. So yeah. So we're going to reduce it back down to waveform for audio, which I have done, and import that wave, and then put this back in right at the bottom. Just make sure the render is okay. Whoa. let's close this down and then bring this back up. So, alright, okay. Yep. Alright, so that's all done. Try to get After Effects up and running again. Come on. Can we please export this properly now? Alright, so the sound doesn't work again, but let's do this properly. Or is it? Okay, so H2264. Okay, let's make it YouTube quality, 1080p. Looks good. Use maximum render quality, and all right. Okay, we'll try this. It's gonna take 10 minutes to render. Meanwhile, we can just work on this stuff. Okay. This is where we are. Alright, now we're going for the big players. Alright. Where's all my footage gone? Okay, so now we can go into the team plays. Just close everybody up. But I need to listen to the rest of this track. To okay, so I guess we'll just have all of our team plays in here. Alright, now it's just fancy camera work. So too much. Still too much. Okay. Just do some rotational stuff. Too early. Still too early. I already had this. Guess the thing is using up a lot of. That doesn't really, rotated chaos doesn't look that good. Let's try this. Preferences, memory, purge. Because of this, I think it is. How about I just save it and wait for this to finish? No, I should investigate like transitions. I'm at that stage now, so. Well, it's going much faster now, the rendering. I hope the audio doesn't drop out again. That'd be really sad. Play some Hearthstone. Oh, while that's going.
Welcome, boys. Make some room by the hearth, won't you?
Haven't tried Arena in a long time. Yeah, totally earned. I guess Gul'dan's really good for card draw. I don't know what to think with the new update. I don't know. I'll try Malfurion. Okay. These cards are quite rare. So maybe I won't go for the Knight of the Wild. My keeper gives me some options. If you control a secret, gain 1/1 and taunt. I think the my keep is the one to go here. Eldritch Horror, 6/10. Power of the Wild. This is a good 2-drop, I guess. It's got some synergies with Maya Keeper. Give a friendly beast 3 health, destroy a minion, draw 2 cards. Battlecry, if you're holding a dragon, discover a dragon. I think it's easier to just naturalize. Could use the removal. After you summon a minion, give it 1/1. Bookworm, if you're holding a dragon, yeah. I guess Adult Grizzly has some synergies with what I have. I need a good, a good 2-drop. During your turn, your human hero is immune. It's a 4/3, which is not bad. And it has some Mounted Raptor, summon a random 1 cost minion. It's okay. It's pretty good. Mounted Raptor. Yeti. It's always good. Good 4-drop. Enrage, 3 attack. Need a 2-drop as well. Yeah. Good 2-drop. Give a random beast, dragon, and murloc 1/1. Zubot. Okay. So do I have a lot of beasts? Not really. Oh, this could go into a beast. This is beastly as well. Beast. I got quite a few beasts. I got like 50% beasts right now. Is it worth? I don't have mech, that's for sure. Naturalize. The removal is nice. I'm not sure, like, with the Mad Bomber might destroy my. I'll pick Naturalize because it works against my, like, it works against the Mounted Raptor as well as the, Maya Keeper. Spend all your mana, gain 1/1 for each mana spent. That's pretty good. Ancient Harbinger. At the start of your turn, put a turn cost minion from your deck in your hand. Yeah, that's not happening. This is pretty good. Choose a friendly beast. Summon a copy of it. I hope I have a beast out. I got a couple, but not a lot. Enchanted Raven. It's a 1-drop 2/2. It's a beast, so. Aberrant Berserker. Enrage to attack Faceless Behemoth 10/10. Yeah, 4 is more bizarre. I think this is okay. Pantry Spider, summon an 1/3 spider. So it's like 2/6, but yeah. And choose a friendly beast, summon a copy of it. I guess I could use a 5. That's a good. A lot of beasts. I'm glad I decided to go beast. Innovate is always good. Windwalker, give a friendly beast 3 health. Going with the beast theme. I think we need that Stormwind champion. Okay, Ancient Shade. Apparently this is done, so let's take a look. I don't... Why is it still dropping out? Which one is it? Unbelievable. It didn't work. Audio drop out after effects. Audio dropout problem. Wish I had some help with this. Known issues in After Effects 2015. That's media encoder. Starfall do 5 damage. Yeah, better take that Starfall. Not so. Not so spell heavy. One. Not that spell heavy. Yeah. Do 5 damage, innovate. I have a really long mana curve, so I guess innovate is better. Discover a minion or spell. Need more 2-drops. Yeah. Beast is fine. Destroy minion, death rattle, summon it. Alright, well, I made the deck. I can't play it, so. But what is with these audio dropouts? I don't understand. Okay. What version do I have? Adobe and media. Audio dropouts. Which ones do I have? 13.8. How can I contact them? Audio is not rendered correctly. In After Effects, when you export with using, it's not rendered correctly. Subsection may repeat this the audio while by exporting the composition using After Effects and Media Encoder, or by exporting them via the render queue. Okay. Let's try exporting in the render queue. File, export, render queue. Let's make the render queue up here. Custom, can we output it to MP4? Best settings for this case read only. Use this compositions frame rate, good. Custom. I'm not using the well, we are using the masterminds intro, but we're not using that. We're using 1 to whoops. We're using B, and then and then M. N. Don't need that. And then file, export to render queue. Let's get rid of this. Start from 0 to 2050, good. Read only. Alright. Custom best settings, and then format. I think AVI is the best way to go. 32-bit. Maybe we'll leave it at 16-bit and see what happens. Render. Try getting the well, we'll try this again. Try. Oh, well, that's going.
Boys, look who it is!
So the strategy here with this deck is to deploy as much as it can, be efficient, and use deploy beast first. Don't have that much removal.
Alfurion versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. I must protect the wild.
Really need that one drop. Thanks, game. Oh.
Nothing scares me, except mice.
For the wild.
Avenge me!
He's got the initiative.
For the crusade!
I think he went for a shield deck.
Follow the rules.
Doesn't change anything.
Shields up!
For the wild.
Great. done, eh? Let's take a look.
Once upon a time.
Where would it be?
Reporting for duty. What to do?
Snakes. It has to be snakes.
For Blackwood!
Hmm. I need removal.
Job done.
Do I have momentum yet?
Mind if I roll mead?
Choose a beast, summon a friendly copy of it. Okay. We've got 2 left here. Or I could Starfall and kill everyone and... Yeah, this works.
For the wild.
Let's keep these guys healthy. If he doesn't wipe these guys out now, I'll win. I win. No, of course.
Join the pack.
Could naturalize it. Let's naturalize it. Let's see what where this route takes us.
For the wild.
It's a bit of a gamble.
I bring life.
Okay. Woo! I won. Alright, break's over. I gotta figure out this crap. Alright, so where's this ABI? Output to... Where is it? Videos? No. Okay. If I render it again, whoops, where would it output to? Oh, there it is. So it's C, Adobe, well, it's just in C. Alright, cancel this. Don't need that. If it works. Yay! I finally was able to render it properly. So now I can finally just send that. See, the original point of being able to render it was I wanted to, cause like our team's undergoing a roster change and our main DPS is leaving. So I thought I'd give him something to send him off with. Yeah. Is it uploaded? Okay. Begin upload, I guess. Wow, it's 7.95 gigabytes? Are you serious? Wow, it is. Christ, that's really bad. Okay, it's just so bad. Alright, well, let's try this queue again. Export to encoder queue. And then you have this program. Okay, H264 high bitrate video. All right. Now the audio is like, okay, well, let's try it. Yeah, well, while that's rendering, like, hopefully I don't produce an AVI that maybe I can open it in Filmora and just redo the formatting. Sheesh. Adobe's just so much issues. Okay, so we'll import like the massive file that is AVI. See, Adobe, there it is. Okay, and then we export it again. Okay, and then we export it again to MP4. And then yeah, it's the best I could ask for. Holy crap, like that. Got an intermediate file to upload this shit. Why does it take so long? I don't know what the deal is, but apparently like this is faster than I have to have a process. I have to put it into the render queue, and like totally ignore After Effects because from Split with Love doesn't work. Yay! Okay, that's fine. Jesus Christ. It's so terrible. Like, just being able to work with film. Upload this, bitch. Yep, well. That's underway. I don't know why this takes so long. Like, up your game there. Okay, well, that's uploading. I can finally send them off. Well. Save image as mastermind boards. Yeah, well. Yep, that's good. Alright. Whew, that's delivered. I could get back to work. Okay. Still looks good. So looks like I just have to render it twice. Fuck. I'm giving this one last chance, but I don't think it'll do anything. Meanwhile, I'll just do this. Timelines, bro. Timelines. Hashtag 61. I could shorten it. Go that short, and then to okay, so got that shit down. Orbit. I think the orbit and zoom would do next. Maybe this orbit is better. I don't think this is usable. It looks too boring. Rotated chaos, room shot. Maybe this one. Cool. Just gotta wait for this to render. I got one with Druid, but Priest or Warlock. Cool. Got lots of gold to earn. I gotta wait for this render. Christ. I should remove that 8 gigabyte. Yep. Oh, it's because it opens from Aura. There. Cool. Nice. I gotta wait for this render. I'm wasting time, and it's already 8:30. I didn't plan to sleep anyway. interesting. Is he burning it?
Another night on the prowl.
I think I'll save the innovate for later.
It's time for a little.
Pay attention, class. Instruction begins.
For the wild.
I think I just broke even.
Shields up.
For the wild. Squire, attend me.
Ready, sir.
Great.
I got this.
Join the pack.
Don't really have any draw and I'm losing the initiative. Okay.
Snakes. It has to be snakes.
Waiting for that to render. Don't really have lethal, but next turn I do. Seven. I was going all out.
A natural. For the wild.
Next turn you still have lethal. Still have the initiative.
One shot, one take a walk on the wild side.
For the wilds.
Gonna get wiped. And this is the turn I lose initiative, and I lose. He has to wipe me, but I think he could do that. 8 armor, of course.
This only works on the simple-minded.
Nature will rise against you.
Okay. Well, that's done, so let's see if it works. Now the video is broken. What is with media encoder just sucks. Just sucks. I don't know why. Creative Cloud, save me.
I can see.
Feels bad, man, losing. Alright, so now that I have all my RAM back, I can finally like do this. Okay, move this forward. Like here. Shorten that. Okay. I mean, so far it's 30 seconds, so... orbit. I've already used all the orbit stuff. Finally use the... 10 seconds, 15... Slow pan. Hey. Mm-hmm. Or does this work better? Should use the point chaos or something else and fill this with something. Slow pan. Perfect. So I just shorten that a bit and put this here. Unless we have something else. Mask transition. I gotta look that up.
Today I'll be showing you how to do quick, simple, and with the help of the mask tool you can simply just make transitions really simple once are rectangles you want. In this case I'll just make one rectangle covering around about half the screen, so around about there.
Alright, let's try it. Let's do a mask transition. So we want this sign. We want that sign there. So alright, how do we do this mask transition?
And then I'll create two more like so. Doesn't matter if they overlap, just like that. Just perfect. Right, you got your three masks. Make sure they're on one of your clips. Right, now change one of the colours. The colours on two of these, so that you can define which mask you want. Start overlapping. So you just click on the mask, and you do the same to each of your key markers. Quick when the cause a nice little transition. It will frame. It's just your clip, and then once your clip is finished, it will just the mask.
Okay, so alright, so we start here, and can we like duplicate this and then remove the mask on this one so we can see this mask. So alright, got to do some work here. Right, so first of all, let's increase the Alright, and then so let's start that there. Mask opacity, transform. Alright. Mask path. Move this up a bit. All right. Okay. Looks okay. Okay, so Alright, so that's the first frame, I think. Here. Here. And draw that out. Okay, so right. Mask path. Then back here. Knee wall. Move it back up here. Yep. Okay. Close as we can. Just a bit of adjustment. Whoops. unbalanced unlock. What the hell? Fuck is this shit? Ugh. I hope my mask is still there. And it's not there. Perfect. Fuck. Rotational sweep, rotational chaos, rotated chaos. This one's left out because it's boring. Orbit. Yeah. No, maybe fast orbit is better. Not really interested in this rim shot. Uh, Maybe this will work. We'll sweep and zoom. Gotta take a look at this whole thing again. Okay, maybe I'll put in the Unity Plaza transition now. Okay. 5. There we go. All right. Okay, it's fine. I can copy and paste masks. So without further ado, Alright, so we'll go to... Alright. First of all, I'm moving this. Okay, and I'll add that to subtract for now. Now, we're gonna move this down here. Add another one here. And just get the general shape of this sign. So all of it is being covered. Nope. All right. So that's the entire sign covered. Now let's make it add again. Well, we'll do none, which is fine. Okay. Find this bit. That's a good approximation. All right. So we're gonna start tracking that mask path right here. Then as it goes on here, we want the mask to be totally Alright, we just want to move it. It's a very basic mask. Okay. Lots of correcting to do. We'll do a basic one, because like, just can't be asked. Making it picture perfect. Can I make this black now? Cool. Next frame. Yep. This is way off. Still looks pretty good. Next frame. Just need this here. There. Move this down. And move that across. Right, now we just do this and this and this, and then the mask. Almost done. So now that's just there. Yep, cool. So that mask is done. I'll put this on this. All right, this is too difficult. Okay, so I want to put this above here. I'm gonna make it an additive one. Cool. That's great. That's good. We could refine it down, I guess. Let's put none just yet. Man, mask transitions are hard, bro. Ugh. Ugh.
Is that hey Catty?
Hey, Katie? What? I have no idea.
Is that hey Catty?
Who is Katie? Alright, let's... Can't spend too much time on this. Looks fine, I think. Okay, so gotta change this mask to add. So literally there'll be a signpost out of
also the
nowhere. Okay. Okay, so that's that part. Just need another big play for this part. The Unity Plaza transition is fine. Just need something really intense. Point skirmish is pretty intense. Okay. That's that, and then... Yeah, it kind of loops around, but what is over here? Oh, I don't really actually have that much time. Because the song finishes there. Alright. Maybe it's not time for point skirmish at all. Maybe it's time for the outro. I'll put that right here. Yeah, looks like a good point for the outro. I just need to fill in this gap. Sweep and zoom. I already did that, right? Corner chaos. Let's try filling that here.
At also
This one I think was more intense. Yeah, let's cut that, put that there. Okay, and then one final, I think this will do. Just gotta get to the point of it, which is something that's pretty, it's just filler really until the, it's only filler until the outro is needed.
Dixie wants you to play it all the way through.
Why is it playing from there? What the hell? Where did all my footage go? Oh wait, yeah, that's why. No, I gotta rewind that. So we like these kinds of fights. You know what'd be great if we didn't have that pillar in there. Yep, and that's the outro. So, alright, that's pretty much finished. Just gotta work in on you. Hey, what's up? Oh, an OC. What? Okay, it's an Overwatch meme. Hey, Katie. Sup, Sex Ninja. Sex Ninja's been giving me some good ideas. So, hey Ninja, I managed to incorporate the transition. So, I'm very proud of this. So at the end of this scene, like a signpost for Unity Plaza will like wipe into a new scene, and I'm very proud of that. Yeah, I did it, Reddit. Yeah, I'm very proud of that one. So what should I get? Cool. That's the end of that compilation. And the workspace here. That's not here. Whoops. Undo. That's saved. Alright, I gotta work in the title, our new title finally. Like, you guys can watch it all tomorrow, so I don't really give a crap on what you guys want. I need to get this done, so. Alright, high res, eh? It's pretty high res. The highest of reses. Alright, so. Do 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 do.
You there, Yuja?
Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna try to recreate this again. Alright, so this high res picture has to come down here. In front of this saber effect. We're gonna begin that composition here. And we're going to transform it. Whatever. Okay. Transform right here. Whoops. I think I edited the wrong one. Okay, it's this thing. Can't see it in front of the team pose though. I think that's why we had it down there. Okay, so that's where the team pose begins. Alright, so where do I want it to end up? Okay. It's mastermind, yeah. So Make it huge. Start tracking the position. Position. Start tracking. Okay. Burn away film. We also got to start tracking scale. Scale track. Okay, when it's down here, start tracking scale here. Well, that works out better there. Alright, now I've got to figure out how to do the saber effect. Okay, so let's first color correct this to layer styles, color correct, blending mode. Effects, color correction, color saturation. Colorize, yeah, and then view. Alright, gotta figure out how to make that explode. First of all, just gonna make this in that composition there. Okay. Add saber object, I think it was. Layer, new. New solid, saber. Okay. Effect, video co-pilot, saber. There's our new saber. Preset. I'm gonna set it to fire. Spread. Customize core. Blend mode, add, yeah. Transform, fit to composition. Okay. Core start. Core end. Mm-hmm. I wonder, can I go intensity equals spread? Customize core, start size.
Hey,
Sup?
sup.
I'm gonna take a look at some tutorials. Can I do a path?
Detail a little bit, so it just kind of actually shows. So if we motion, perfect. and it looks more like it's a light source that's falling offset, along with the mask evolution. Now, again, it's nice because you can really try out some different looks simply by switching.
Okay. Alright, so perhaps if I am able to do this, masterminds, high res pick. Alright, so I'm gonna see if I can trace this path. If I can do it on one thing. Let's do the A. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that, and let's get the A going. And bam. Alright, so obviously we have to turn this to I have to go mask and then none. So we can do this. Alright, and then put that there, put that there. Oh, nope. Put that there, there, and okay, and then put that here. Again, all right. So we're going to none again, and then put here. Just gonna tweak that a little bit. Put that there and there. So that's pretty standard. That's all right. Okay. All right. Hopefully, like this will work. All right. So I've gotten that A traced out. If I could get a effect, saber, and then core. Set core to the customize core, text layer, layer masks. Hey, that looks alright. Okay. Alright. Looks like I'm gonna have to get rid of that mask. Duplicate it. Put the thing on a different edge. Alright, duplicate this. You can get masking basically. So alright, so actually okay, duplicate it before I get rid of the mask. No, not duplicate the mask itself, duplicate this. And we can get rid of the masks on the first one, first two. And on this, I'll rename to saber effect. Okay, and then we can apply this. All right, and then we can apply the saber effect. Saber core, customize core, layer masks. That looks all right, and then you set this layer to blend or add, and then that way. Then without the mask, it looks like that. I'm awesome. So that looks pretty good. It's just a straight, flat thing there. Okay, so we got, and then we get fire. Get fire preset. It'll look like this. All right. Okay. Gonna have to do a couple of things to this. Alright, first of all, we're gonna remove the saber effect because we know it works. And then we know. Why is it now yellow? What? I don't understand why it's yellow now. We just delete this, please. Yep, okay. Right, duplicate. Alright, so here I kind of want to duplicate it again. I kind of want to change the color, so we'll color correct. Color correct. Changed color. Color to change the black to it's not having an effect.
The presets. Now, in this example, we have some text
Okay. So we've got this preset right here. Effects. Color correction. Okay. All right. How do I change the color? How do I use change color?
Hey gang, this is Deke McClellan. Welcome to Deke's Techniques. This week I'm going to show you how to take a perfectly serviceable red car and we're going to turn it gold so that it's worth more, especially in a down economy. Now, if you spend any time in Photoshop, you know how to do this one. You use the hue saturation command to limit your modifications to just the reds so that you, for example, don't change the blues of the sky and so forth. However, the big problem with that trick, and we'll review it up front, is that 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work. I'm going to show you a technique that does work. Here, let me show you exactly how that thing that works. All right, so we have this vintage red car set against this blue background. It comes to us from William McCarthy of the Fotolia Image Library, about which you can learn more at fotolia.com/Deke. And let's say we want to take the red car and we want to make it gold. Well, if you've ever seen a Photoshop demo in your life, you know how this goes. You press and hold the Alt key, or the Option key on the Mac, and you drop down to this black-white icon at the bottom of the Layers panel, and you choose Hue Saturation. Because you have the Alt or Option key down, that brings up the New Layer dialog box. Let's go ahead and call this new layer Red to Gold, and I'll click OK. Then you'll find yourself inside the Adjustments panel.
Mm-hmm.
How do I change the color of an object within my scene? Experience of annuity. The next scene, do that real quick. I have a red shirt. Star Trek, so let's change it to something else. Go over here to my colors, or excuse me, my effects. I'm going to look for change color. There it is. Right onto my image. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my color picker to change this red to, well, something else. So just go ahead and scroll through it.
Cool. Let's add a bevel effect. Generate layer style. Bevel and emboss. No, not emboss, just bevel. New. God damn it. Alright. Effect. My layer styles. I think it's bevel and emboss. In a bevel, smooth. Normal or screen. Yep. Angle. What did I do?
And let's give him a blue. There we go. Now you'll notice we still have a kind of a dark reddish line around the edge, so we're going to have to go around to the matching softness, fix
How did
that,
he do it? I'm
and
just gonna
boom.
do this again. Level alpha. That's what he did. Mm-hmm. Okay. Effect. Perspective. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is working. Let's try something else. Effect, bevel and emboss. Layer styles. Let's try an inner glow. That looks better. Color, we'll make it white. Or maybe orange, or yellow. Let's try this. Gold. Alright. And then gradient smoothness, size, softness. No noise. Opacity, single color. Now let's not have a gradient. That doesn't affect it. Precise. opacity. Turn that up. Size. Seems good. All right. Here comes the hard part. We are going to set this on fire. Using. All right. So this is the new. Alright, so this is the new masterminds, and this is the before. Okay, so we change the color, and we're also going to set it on fire, so that's great. So I'm going to put that there, and we don't really need this anymore. And we're going to use this to mask our shit. So let's get masking. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to masks. I'm gonna try to do the basic layout first. Do the basic layout first, and then we'll see what happens after. Oh, I just realized chat was down, sorry.
Now, same follows the saber wherever it goes. Noise. So if we come down here to the distortion settings, we can see that we have it separated between the glow and the core. Now, this is really important because sometimes you just want to have a noisy glow, and other times you want to actually take the core and make it look a little bit displaced. So let's focus on the glow distortion for just a second. And what I'll do actually is I'll go ahead and click default, which will reset it so we can kind of see exactly what it does. So we have the distortion amount. Just crank that up a little bit and start to see a little bit of noise. Next, we have the distortion type. So we have like a fluid looking one, an energy one, and then we have two modes. We have distortion.
Sorry, just realized Cart was doing.
Distortion is going to be what it's doing now, actually displacing the field of light. And then we also have our
just realized Cart was doing.
Which actually just kind of darkens
Sorry,
it down.
just realized Cart was doing.
It. So you kind of have like a smoky
Sorry,
look.
just realized
like
Cart was doing.
Look. Now, next we have our wind speed. So you can see it kind of moves in a certain direction. So you can change this to a negative value, and it'll actually move down. You can change the direction of the wind. Also the noise speed. So if we set the noise speed to 0, it just moves without animating. We add a little bit of animation. Has a little bit of a smokiness to it, so it's kind of cool. Then you have things like the noise bias, which is just kind of like a stylizing effect. You have the noise complexity, which is going to add more detail. So let's see here. You can see like a little bit more detail versus 2 levels, which is going to be a lot softer. So let's go and set this back to the Patronus. And maybe what I'll do is change the color to orange and hit OK. Now, another thing I like to do, it's not necessary, but I like to add an unsharp mask. And this is just going to sharpen up the detail a little bit. So it's just kind of a nice bit of crispness that you sometimes lose in the fractal. So I think that looks pretty good. So with this setting on, what we can do is we could play around with the wind. So let's set the wind to say 2. And you can see it's moving upwards. Now check this out. There's actually motion blur for the wind. So sometimes when you have a fractal, it can look a little bit computer generated, but when you turn on the motion blur, it can look a little bit more organic as it moves upwards. All right, so now let's go and take a look at the core distortion. So we'll go and open that up. We could turn this up a bit, And this is going to create a really interesting effect right around the core. And all the same settings are here. You have your fractal type, turn the amount down, and you can really start to create some nice looks. Now, here's a really important thing I want to show you, and that is the way that the alpha channel works with the mask. Now, remember, we added a circle mask to our layer. So what I can do is, so we'll scroll down here, and we see the alpha mode. Now, currently it's disabled, but if we turn on enabled masks, it'll actually show what the transparency would look like. It actually crops out the outside of the mask. So this can be a really cool feature because now you can kind of see what the effect looks like kind of inside of a shape. And again, it can be any shape. We can just add additional shapes here, and it's all going to animate. All the masks are fully controlled simultaneously. But what else can we do with this alpha mode? Well, there's another really cool mode called Mask Glow. And what that does is only masks the glow, but leaves the core on the outside. So, since we've displaced our core a little bit, we can actually see it extruding past the glow area. And again, and this really helps to create a more organic effect. So to really see what's possible, what you want to do is play around with the different presets. And you can just see how they look, how they animate, check out the settings, play with the settings. Now, I will warn you that the name of the presets are worse than random. In fact, I think if they were randomly selected, they might be more accurate. And I'll try to publish a list of what all of the effects are and their names. Now, there's something else cool about the distortion when you're using the saber instead of a mask. So let's delete the masks, and we'll set this back to saber. And we'll scroll down, and what we can do is move the saber around. And notice that the distortion and the noise actually follows the saber wherever it goes. I can also turn on the distortion amount, and you can see that also follows it. And actually goes in the direction. So if I were to turn up the wind will go in the direction of the saber. Now, what if I want to turn that off? Well, there's an option called lock noise to saber. So if we turn that off, now we can actually move it around freely as if we're moving it through a smoke-filled room. Maybe I could turn up the intensity and see this a bit. So depending on what you're trying to do, this can be a really cool way to create laser blasts or other cool effects that actually pass through space. Now, one other setting here, so let's go and switch this over to the arc reactor, so kind of an electrical mode here. And the way that this is looking electric is simply the distortion of the core. Now, there's an option here called blend on top. So if we turn that off, it'll actually get rid of the core, or you could turn it back on. So it's just a way to be able to create a saber that has its base core, but just has a little bit of noise on it, like a particular character in a particular Star Wars movie. I'm not saying who it is, but I'll bet with a little bit of work. And of course, you could turn up the noise speed. All right, so those are some really useful options. And again, in this example, you can see that this blue beam shoots down, but let's say we want it to shoot into the ground. Well, what we can do is turn up the wind speed and maybe even a little bit of motion blur. Now, even though the effect is two-dimensional, what you can do is you can duplicate it, Control D, and rotate it just to add a little more dimension and just change the random seed of the distortion. So we could just change the random seed and it looks completely different. So there's always a cool trick to be able to create more dimension with these type of effects. And keep in mind, you can have a different speed for the core and the glow. So you can create a little bit of separation between the two and just add more detail. All right, so here's another
I
interesting
hear
example.
Andrew
So
Krummer
I've
in the
got a mask.
background. I
that's
hear Andrew
animated.
Krummer in the
And what I'll
background.
do is I'll come to the
Wow,
core
you know his
settings
name.
and change the end offset to about the middle.
Yeah.
And what I can
Tell
do
me
is
more
then
about him.
take
I
the
actually
effect
just
and
heard
hit
about.
edit,
I just heard
duplicate.
about him just now.
And now I have an
Tell me
extra
more about him.
copy. What I'll do is
I
come
only
down here to the
recently figured
render
out how to
settings
use
and change the composite to
Saber,
add.
so
And now I've combined both of the effects together. Now, instead of them being the same, what I'll do is I'll change the offset back over, turn the size back up, and maybe move the start offset over so that there's a gap.
I'm actually
in the
watching
middle.
the
So turn the start
Saber
size down,
tutorial.
kinda match it. So what's cool about this is that I can change the color and the settings, and both of the effects will be linked together to the same mask. So, and you can see here I have a couple more stacked up here that are basically
I've
doing
been
the
watching
same thing. So you
him
could
for like
basically
10
create
years. I've been watching him for like 10 years. He makes plugins for After Effects. He makes
on a
plugins
single
for After
mask and
Pilot
on a
is his
single layer.
website. The Darker
So that's a little
Pilot
bit
is his
easier to
website.
manage a path. And of course, you can use expressions to link masks together and things like that. So a lot of different ways to work with this effect.
Yeah, so
after looking at these examples, you'd
that's
think
great.
that
Like,
Harry Potter was actually the
he's
thing
so
that
good.
inspired this plugin. All right, let's go and take a look at a few different title examples. So here's a combination of two separate layers, and we can kind of see what that looks like. Now, same thing here is I'm just animating the end offset
Like, I just discovered
along with the mask evolution. Now, again, it's
I
nice
discovered
because you can
Video
really try
Copilot
out some
recently.
different looks simply by switching the presets.
I don't know what's
Now,
wrong
in
with
this
the
example, we have some
notifications. Maybe I'll
text
turn it off for
created
now.
with
Turn off
Element
the
3D,
text to speech.
and we're simply overlaying a nice edge design that's animating on with a little bit of energy, so it kind of has a cool sort of
He did the
backlit
intro
kind of
animation for the show Fringe,
It also looks
Almost
cool to animate
Human,
the wind,
the Star Trek
so it kind of
intro,
looks like
and
it's
did the HUD
pushing
graphics
away
for
from the
Star
surface
Wars.
a little bit. So see how that looks.
Lots of good tutorials.
I thought I turned. Didn't I just turn it
That's
off?
a really nice touch, and the thing that really makes it unique is the realistic light
screwed
fall
up,
off
but
from
whatever.
the glow. So that's
yeah.
gonna come from these two settings.
I
the
just
spread
discovered
and
him.
the bias, and by turning the bias down, you can actually create a much hotter outside edge, and it looks more like it's a light source that's falling off, and the spread will help you kind of spread it out, you know, across the entire surface. So
Yeah,
cool
I just discovered him.
there. All right, now how about creating some kind of neon effect like this?
I think I really like special
What I
effects.
have is some outlines into mask form, and I'll go ahead and take the saber effect, drop it onto that layer.
Yeah, I'm just looking at
and,
what he
we'll
does
switch
for
the custom core to the layer masks.
for like all
Perfect.
the stuff. I'm just looking at.
How
what
long
he's-
have you
and we
been
just need to
working
bring
in
the
the
size
motion
down maybe
graphics
to
/VFX
1.5
world?
and bring the
I
intensity
have
down.
just started like
I
yesterday.
also like to bring the spread.
Actually, for 3 days. I've been doing this for 3 days.
Now there is a nice preset actually.
And I've
called
only
Neon,
learned
which
very few things, but I picked
does
them
look
up
pretty
rather
nice.
quickly thanks to
The thing I
YouTube
like to
and
do actually with my neon effects
mainly
is go
thanks
down
to
the render
YouTube
settings and play around with the post color
video
correction. So
effects.
see the
But
brightness value here.
I'm
Now, these color
just a
correction settings
streamer,
will actually affect the
and
core. So if we bring the brightness
quite
down,
recently I've
it'll
been
actually turn
involved
red or pink in
with
this case,
a
and it'll look a little bit more
esports
like
team,
a neon light.
and
Maybe we'll play around with the
I've been involved with the esports team, and they wanted me
Start
to produce
and
a
offset.
really cool video for them. So I'm producing their team intro. So naturally, I've gravitated towards special effects to make
So this
it
is
more
pretty
awesome.
cool. Just just a matter of playing around with the settings here.
I'm planning to
Now,
use
this is where
Saber
you can have
to
fun
produce
with the light setting.
a
So you might bring this in really
fiery
tight.
effect. Yeah, mainly. So that's
And
why I'm
come
doing
down
all
here
this
to the
masking.
alpha mode and set it to enable masks, and that'll crop out the edges. Maybe
Sounds
we'll even
legit.
turn on mask
Welcome.
only the glow.
If you haven't
That'll
gotten
keep our
Blender yet,
edges
it's a
intact.
great program to
Now,
learn
here's
as
what it looks
well.
like with a
Yeah, I
neon
got
copy. I'll go ahead and
Blender.
set this to add.
I've used it
and
before
turn
because
on
I
another copy
dabbled in
here.
game dev. you'll never guess what I graduated
So
university
that
with.
color combination
So
looks really
I
nice.
urge you to try and
Any
guess.
color combination,
So
strangely,
Twitch, tell me, what do
we
you
just see
think
some
I
really just
graduated
great
university
looks,
with?
just because light tends to blend together really nicely. Let's see. I have another layer here with some kind of like fiery
Or
effect.
have
I
you
think I
got
just
an
used the
Element
energy
3D from
preset.
Video
I
Copilot?
don't know. This is like
It's a
Empire
great one
Steakhouse
as
done.
well.
It's great. Now
Might
another
consider
really
it,
fun
actually.
example is this right here.
So Twitch, what
And
did
this
I
represents
graduate with?
a really cool concept, and that's because
I actually have learned
I'm actually
Blender
using a
before,
text layer
but I
rather
never
than
found
masks.
the
So check
reason
this out. My
to
text
stick
layer
with
is
it.
right here, and I can
Might
actually
consider it
edit it
for
like
more
a live
filmmaking.
layer. So I can turn it off, but if I double click
My
on
guess
it,
would be that you
I can type in a
graduated
new
with a
thing.
communications degree.
I'm not sure if
Sure,
that's
nice couple
insulting
footage
or
there.
not. So just
And basically, with these two
run me through the
layers,
thought
you have
process.
one
What
with this
makes
kind
you
of nice
think I have
smooth
a
edge, and then one with a little bit of a
communications
fiery
degree?
edge.
Let's turn that off.
You could go
yeah,
through, change
still
the
lots of work
font,
to be done.
you know, really customize it quite a bit. And not only that, but you can also change the preset at this point. And just to give you an idea on how this works, basically what you do is you switch it to a text layer, and you set the
So
text
what makes you
layer
think I have a
to
communications
your
degree?
editable text layer, and it simply
You're
uses
you're
that
you're way off,
just like
by the
it
way.
would any kind
You'll
of a
never
mask.
guess what I
And
graduated
then again, we have the alpha mode set to mask glow, and that keeps the core on the outside. So if we went into the core distortion,
Like mass media and communications, because your interest
see
in
that
working with esports,
effect on the
video
outside.
production interest and background, and you
That was
evidently
actually
know
kinda
what you
something I
are
was
doing.
in
You're
some other
wrong,
examples
wrong,
was
and wrong. I have no idea
using
what
a
I'm doing.
color, right?
I'm just
And
doing really basic stuff like
turning off blend on top, and turning up the distortion,
doing really basic stuff. I mean, everyone can
and
mask.
animating it down to
It's just
zero.
stuff that I did over my university
And
career.
that combination
So the
with
answer
the
to
fire
that
layer
question
will just give
is
it a little more of an
software
organic kind of
engineering.
reveal.
Bachelor of Engineering, majoring in software. That is the correct answer.
So there you go. I
If
didn't
you
say it
don't
was gonna
believe
look
me, I'll
good, I
bring
just
my
said it was gonna
degree.
be organic. Now, speaking of organic, one thing that's
So yeah,
really
software
important
engineering.
when you're doing effects like this,
But you're right.
is if
I
you're
have
trying to
always
simulate
been
fire,
interested
well,
in
stick some
visual,
actual fire footage
anything
into your
visual
comp.
really. I've
Fractal
always,
noise fire will never
however,
look as realistic
I've
as
always,
real fire.
in terms
But
of
it
learning,
helps
Wow.
sell
I've
the
always
illusion. So
been.
if we
That's
just take
awesome,
a couple
actually.
of clips of
Yeah.
fire,
I know how to
stick them
develop
in
software.
there, various places.
So yeah, see what I mean about.
You
I
can
won't hold
see
it
that
against you,
really
but
helps
just a bit
sell the
insulting.
effect. It doesn't take
Communications
that much
degree,
work
really?
just to make it look a little bit
No,
better.
no self. Like I'm
Now,
not gonna
we have
be.
a stock
I'm
footage
gonna
pack called
stereotype here,
Action
but no,
Essentials, and it's got a lot of fire elements and things.
self-respecting
You
Asian
can check
would
that out.
graduate
Now,
with that.
speaking of stock footage, one thing I'm tired of seeing
I would be totally
are
like
fake-looking
disowned
sparks. Like,
if I
don't
chose that
know
as a
why
degree.
people keep using CC Particle World to create sparks,
But no,
it's really just not working
I'm
out.
a
So you
software
guys
engineer,
find some
so
good stock
I
footage
can
of spark
develop
elements.
software.
There's just a huge difference when you look at
But the problem
real
is
sparks versus something
you
that
can't
was
see
created with
software.
CC
And
Particle
I really
World.
like seeing
It
my
just
work.
doesn't look good. You know, where did
And
this
that's why
idea
I like
come from? Let me see here.
just tinkering around with programs and how they work and all that stuff. The biggest skill that
Doesn't
degree
matter.
has taught me
Now,
is
another
to
cool setting to check out is the
manage
flicker control.
projects.
So what I'll do is
Manage
let me
your
just type
projects
something a
well.
little bit longer. And if I
yeah.
go to the
That's
flicker
the
settings, I can
whole
turn it up.
core of being an engineer. Always
solo
aim
that.
to finish your projects.
I'll turn up,
And
I'll
always
turn up
have a
lot
plan
just
to
so you can
finish
see it
them.
here in the tutorial.
That's the biggest
Now you notice that it flickers all
skill.
together.
That's the best skill
But if you
that
turn on mask
a
randomization,
university can teach you.
it'll actually flicker them
But it's
independently.
unfortunate
So now we can
because
turn the
not
value
many
down here.
universities teach you that very well.
just gives
My
it
university
really
included
nice
because
you know,
I taught
organic
this
look.
to
Now, obviously, it
myself.
doesn't need to be
If
that
I wanted
intense,
to
but
finish
just a
a
little something
project,
to
it
create
requires a
some
lot of hard
separation.
work.
Not
planning.
meant to be
It also just
insulting.
gives the fire a little bit
Haha.
more life.
I've
Here's another
always
cool
been
example of
interested
like a
in
liquid
software
nitrogen
engineering.
effect, and it actually has a little bit of dimensionality
It's
because I made multiple copies. So we can take a look at one of the copies here. And
anyone
just
can
kind
do
of
it. Everyone can
wave
start
motion that kind of
coding.
moves downward.
It's essentially like
Now, here's the cool thing about this particular layer, is that it doesn't have a core.
it's
So if I hit
like
MM,
in
it's
Australia
a mask,
where I
and that's
live,
because
or
the
Perth,
expansion value has
Western
been turned
Australia,
down.
there isn't many
So
opportunities for
combining that with a
software
few other
because
layers, you can
everything
create some
is
nice
to do
looking
with
results. So check out this layer. You can
everything
see I just
is
drew
to do with
a mask that's kind of like a smiley face, because I wanted to create like a runoff
either mining
of
or
smoke just at the bottom
like,
area.
it's either to do with data. All the
And that's
all the
just
jobs
one
here, you'll
example of some of
either
the kind of
be
tricks
working with like
that you
data
can do to
or
sort of
like
design
financial
the energy
systems.
in a way
And
that looks good.
oh my god, it's so boring.
Now, not to keep bringing it up, but
you have
again,
no
here's
idea
another
how
example
boring it
of
is.
using a
I
single
tried,
smoke
I really
element
did,
to
but
just give it
I
a little
failed
bit more of an organic and
because I
natural
just couldn't
life, yet
bring
still
myself
blending in
to
nicely
do that
with
every
the
day.
core. So
It
just
started
another cool
showing in my
example. Now, another
performance,
quick tip: in order to create motion blur from masks,
and I
you
was
need
let
to
go.
use the
So
force motion blur
yeah, that's
effect.
the
It's not
the root of
affiliated
it.
with Lucasfilm, but it does work pretty well. So we'll just throw it out here.
So
it'll just give you a
and
few
right
more
now I'm
samples
like
of motion blur.
looking for jobs, but
And
I
you know, it's a
only
little bit
recently
slower. It,
graduated like
definitely
2
looks
weeks
nice and
ago,
works perfectly
3 weeks ago, yeah,
with the
2 weeks
Saber
ago.
stack.
September
All right,
10th.
believe it or
which
not,
was
but a
like
plugin
roughly 2
called
weeks ago.
Saber is actually pretty
And,
good at making lightsabers too. So let's take a look at this
roughly
example.
2
here.
weeks
So here's some
ago,
footage of Sam
and
running down
I,
with his lightsaber, and what we'll do is create a solid, and we'll drop the saber effect on there.
Congrats.
Yeah.
And
So I'm
we'll set
taking
the
a year
transfer mode
off.
to screen,
Sorry I trailed off there, but
and
I'm taking a
hit
year off.
Control Shift H. It's a good
It's
shortcut
not
to it.
exactly a year off,
Hides all
but
the
I'm taking a
screen
year
elements. And
to see
we'll
if
go
I
ahead and put the
see
start
how
point at
far
the
I can
bottom,
get with this YouTube
end point
stuff,
towards the end,
and hopefully
and
earn some
we'll
money in the
start animating this
process.
thing. So here is the way this works. What you want to do is put the saber core
If that does not
over
work
the saber
out,
in the
I
shot.
will sign myself
Turn
up
up the
for the
size.
military or something similar,
Now there is a control setting
and
for
learn to
roundness.
become a
So if
pilot,
you want to
like full on.
fit that just right.
Either learn to become a pilot or
And we'll put this
a
right there. Now we
aerospace
can
engineer,
taper
which
the
is
end
like
size
software.
a little bit.
So software development
And,
in
we'll worry about this
aerospace
motion
engineering.
blur in just a sec, right? So that looks
Something
pretty good.
cool
We'll go
and
ahead
awesome.
add a keyframe for the core start.
I'd rather
and
not
end,
spend my
and
life
then you can use page up and
in an
page
office
down to
coding up
cycle through.
machines
Now here's
to
the
count
best way to
people's
do
money.
this. As you move forward,
That's
move the
just
lightsaber to the forward
that's
direction
soul-crushingly.
of the saber. So
That's
here's the
soul-crushing.
forward side. Let's move this up until it touches.
Like, programming is a powerful skill,
Next frame,
and to waste it on
same
something
thing,
like counting someone's
and
money,
so forth.
I
Now we can
can't-
turn off the glow,
I can't.
which will not only speed it up but make it a little
Can't
easier
do
to
it.
see. Keep going here.
It's too boring. It's lit to me. To me, that's a death sentence. Like, I don't know why.
Okay, and this is kind of weird, but check it out. It's kind of,
You know, as a kid, where you had dreams and
but you can
And,
see that this motion blur is automatically
you want to do
calculated,
something awesome.
Agreed.
and it's
Yeah.
specially designed.
That would be an
for
insult to your
lightsabers.
talents.
So you've got
Yeah.
to do a little bit of hand animation, but it's a lot faster.
I
You
gotta
have to do a
tell you,
crazy
like,
amount
if
of
you
road. Now,
want to
check this
study
out. See, I
in
didn't quite
like
get it here. So I'll
programming,
go back here and I'll extend it out here. So that
don't
we
go
make
to an
sure
institution.
to follow through and
Do
have
it
enough
yourself.
of the lightsaber.
Is my best advice. Like,
There we
I it's very much how I
Sometimes what happens- This is
approached
just an important tip.
how I
for
approach
After Effects
filmmaking.
users. Sometimes your frame gets cached and it doesn't.
I mean,
update
I haven't
based on
produced
the
that many
animated
films, but
keyframes around
I've
it.
gotten
And it's
into
always good policy.
well ever
to
since I've
purge your memory from time to time if you're
done the
running
whole
into
YouTube
any kind
thing.
of odd issues. So
I mean, I play
forward.
computer games a lot, so that's
do
just
a
me
couple
as a
more
person.
keyframes here.
Oh God, what is this? did not want to go there. Ever since I started the YouTube thing, I've always been a gamer, so I always figured streaming would be the
So already
streaming
this
is
looking
where
pretty good.
I would
And, you know, the glow looks great. Here's a few tips on
naturally
getting to
end
looking better.
up,
First of all,
because that's the only
adding a little
way
bit of flicker
to.
is
Yes,
going to
I would say the same
be a nice
advice.
touch.
If you want to
Coming
really
down here to
learn
the
motion
post-color
graphics
correction,
and animation
saturation
or video
will
production,
help,
don't go to
depending
film
on the
school like I
background
did.
and the compositing.
Yeah,
Now, here is the cool
you and me
thing, is the
both, buddy.
motion blur. Check
So
this
that's two
out.
disciplines that
So
we
the
agree
motion
on.
blur
That
amount is set to 1. So a 0.5 would be a
it's two
180
disciplines
degree
we
shutter.
agree
So that's
on
kind of your standard
that don't
camera,
require
and that
school.
actually matches pretty well. But since it's a lightsaber, you know, you want to have some of that extra kind of waviness. It just kind of makes it look cool. This thing is glowing out of control here.
Oh yeah, there it is. So yeah, where
But
was I?
what's nice about it is that
don't
there's
go
a
to
blur
a school to
phase,
learn
and you can
software
actually just
engineering.
shift it
I started film just by
back and forth in
doing
time,
a
so it's like
little
a temporal thing,
stream,
but
which
it
is
makes
technically
it
a
really
TV show
easy
on the
to be able
internet.
to
You got a
either
schedule,
increase or decrease
you do
the amount
different
of motion
things.
blur. So just
Every
enough
game you play is
to
sort
cover
of
the
like
saber,
a sitcom in
and then
itself.
the
You
ability
just
to
gotta
shift it
turn up
forward and
and
back
play and talk to
along the same
everyone
vector.
that comes
So
your way.
it's very, very fast and very,
So
very
yeah,
easy.
that's how I started. And I figured, hey, I've also done
Hopefully that will save you a
engineering
lot
as
of
well,
time.
so
Now I
why
understand
not,
that there's possibly some
on top of playing games, why
lightsaber
not do
purists
some
that would
like
prefer to hand rotor.
work as well?
And if that's the
So, like
case,
programming
let me show you
and
what you
stuff
can
like
do.
that. So I actually did some
You
programming
reset the
once.
plugin. What you can do is go in there and draw your handmade rotor.
Yeah, did some programming, and also I did other hobbies to wind down,
Okay,
like
hit M,
bonsai
go to your
trees.
mask,
So that's the art of
forward.
making miniature trees from bushes.
you know, knock yourself out.
Yeah. So I did that, and along with
And what you could do
playing
then
games.
is go
So-
to the core, set it to layer mask. Now you can see that
All of that.
it's hollow. It's
And that's
actually
how I
hollow.
started. And then
Hold
now like
But then go down to the
through
composite
streams,
settings and switch it to add.
thank
as
God
long as your
that
layer is
my
white,
house has fiber
It'll
to the
actually
premise.
just create a white core.
So that's fiber optics
And we can
internet
bring
to
the
my
size of
house.
the core down just so
So
that it
I didn't
stays
share
close to
this
your
fiber
rotor.
optics internet with anyone except my
And,
family.
all
And
the glow
they have
settings
no
will be,
idea how to use the internet.
Nice control
so
and the flickering and everything
it's
will
just
all
me
work.
using it
Bonsai
mostly.
And
trees.
you have your custom
I know this skill.
control
I grew
over
up
your
in Asia,
shape.
but
So,
now live in the US.
win-win.
Yeah, bonsai
Now,
trees.
there's another really cool feature.
I
This is one of
might
the
show you
first
some
features
later.
that we designed.
In fact, if
And that is the
you
ability to
look
occlude
through
the
my
core
VODs, there'll
if,
be
say, there
something
was a
like
person in front of you.
Senpai the bonsai
And
guy.
let's go to our saber layer.
Yeah, that's the
and
show.
let's mask
That's the
out
show
Fiber
title I
optics.
put up.
Stormtrooper guy so that the lightsaber
Yeah,
is
fiber
on the
optics
other
internet,
side of
bro.
it. So we'll
It's
take
really
the pen
good.
tool.
Like, don't
and,
don't settle
let's
for
draw
less.
A shape here.
Yeah, seriously, like it's worth every dollar.
Good enough.
It's more reliable, doesn't disconnect. It's
Okay.
what I had
So we've
before.
added
I
our
had
mask, and I'm
8
gonna go ahead,
megabits
hit
down.
M,
now I
and
have
change the
100.
mask to
So it
subtract.
is literally 10 times better.
Now let's come over here to the alpha settings, and we'll set this to
It's
enable
10 times
masks.
better, and the uploads, uploads is
All
what's
right, so
important.
we've
If you want to
rotoed
be a
this out,
streamer, you
but now
gotta
we have
like
a hard edge right here, and
upload
that
like
nice
crazy.
halo,
So
that nice glow.
so what
gonna
I'm doing
cut
is
off.
I'm getting ahead
And
of
this
the
gets a
market
little bit tricky.
by
So that's why you want to turn on the
leveraging
mask
my
core mode.
internet
What that
and
will
producing
do
content,
is mask out
putting it on
only
the
the
net.
core and actually render the glow.
Yay! So that's
on top
finally
of that layer.
masked.
So you can actually see that the results.
All right,
it's
so
almost
that's
like a
all
light lamp.
masked.
It's very
Do I want
realistic,
to
and you can,
refine this? Maybe I
get it
do.
glowing over the top of the edges, and then of course you can still
Maybe I do.
refine your mask as needed. But the integration is just much more realistic, and you don't have to deal with a bunch of extra layers and light wrap and all that craziness that comes with this. So
guess I was a bit
hopefully
lazy
that
here. I
will
guess I'll
save you
fix
guys a
this.
lot of time when you have multiple
just delete
actors
points.
fighting in a scene and you need to be able to roto out sabers in front and behind various things. I'd
Don't
like to
go-
imagine
yeah.
that there's one guy who just finished his
So
lightsaber fan film.
through gaming
and that
and
feature
streaming,
just blew his
I
mind.
have
You know, he spent the better part of 2 years rotoscoping out his friends, and
I have
he watched that feature, and he
I've
can't
talked.
believe it.
I approached an esports
All right, well, I
team
hope
and
this
said, "Hey,
tutorial's helped to show
I'm
what is
not good at
possible
stuff,
with
but
the new plugin
I
Saber.
heard you were looking
And
for
as always,
a
be sure to
VODs
combine
guy
different
to help you guys
tutorials,
train.
shockwaves,
I
sci-fi
have
effects.
like really good internet.
There's so many different
and I
techniques that you can
stream
actually
and I
bring
do all that
together
sort of stuff.
and
So
just make everything
I
that
guess
you
I
guys
can
do
like
just be that
capture
much
your
more impressive.
games.
And
Pro
and
tip.
speaking of which,
Once
if I may just
masked,
take a
if you
moment,
put the mask
moment
onto a new layer
to
and apply the
reflect
Element
on Video
3D
Copilot
plugin,
having
you
been
could make a
around
3D
for
logo.
10 years.
Oh wow!
And I
If you
was
put-
extremely busy last year on Star Wars,
Huh.
and I didn't get a chance to formally
That's
thank
something I gotta write
everybody
down.
who has been part of this incredible
Hey,
community.
Gearcraft. How
And
did you
I
find?
look
How did you
back
find me, Gearcraft? Out of
at all of the different
interest.
tutorials.
How did you find me?
And it's amazing to still be doing this, and frankly, being able to love doing it every single day. I remember making each one of these tutorials. You know, I remember just the genuine encouragement and
Did you just browse
appreciation,
around,
and
or
I'm just truly thankful to
Hello,
every
good
one of
sir.
you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do what I
hey,
do.
hey, Unja.
And certainly the lightsaber tutorial
what's up, man?
was one of the tutorials
I have
that
lost so much
started
sleep.
it all.
You have no
So
idea.
it's kind of just interesting to
And
circle
Unja
back.
meet
And
Gearcraft
again,
TV.
I can't thank you guys enough. I look forward to all the cool
I'm not
things
sure
that
how
we're
a
gonna do in
TV
the
found
future.
itself
So,
here, but
thank you guys again.
what an age we live in.
I am Andrew Kramer, VideoCopilot.
I found you by just
and
browsing
we
the
will see
animation
you next
section
time.
on Creative.
Ah, sweet. Alright, well that's fixed up.
I wonder if this lightsaber somehow set off a chain reaction of events so that I could one day work on a Star Wars film. I don't know.
I look for
do
the
know one
people
thing,
who have lower viewers.
This planet
Sweet.
explosion tutorial
Why do you do
didn't
that?
help anybody.
Is it because you get...
It's terrible.
Why, how, like...
Look at a million
Why?
people watch this. I feel bad.
Really?
They
sorry.
usually have the best content. Me and Gear browse like twins.
Cool. I don't know, like... Is that true? I don't know. Is that... Do we actually have the better content? I don't know. Actually don't know.
I agree. Just nobody knows about them yet.
Yeah. Well, you know, everybody is trying so hard to be PewDiePie. Oh god, did I mess this up? I did. Everyone tries to be PewDiePie, but PewDiePie already exists, so...
There's so many talented people on Twitch that deserves more views.
That's true. Yours truly included.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I agree. Well, I actually don't know because I don't browse Twitch. I'm a creator on Twitch. I just do what I do and hopefully people come along and keep me alive through donations. Ugh. You know that moment where you feel like you shouldn't have cheaped out? Yeah, I'm having one of those moments right now with this pathing. Fuck's sake, okay. It doesn't matter if there's overlap. Who's going to know? No one. That's the answer. No one's going to know. Except those who watch the stream. All 4 of you. Man, that's really big considering. None, thanks. I've never hit 5 viewers before consistently. Like, ever since I joined this esports team, like the members have been bored and started to watch. Mainly because I'm making videos of them and they can't wait for like the premiere date. Yeah. What were we talking about? I forget. Oh, I hate it when Adobe does this. God fucking damn it. You know what I hate about Adobe? Like, they can never get their encoder shit straight. Like, fuck. That's why I hate it. God damn. Like, seriously, like, I've tried all day to get Adobe encoder to encode like this. To encode like 20 seconds of video,
Yes.
and it sucks.
That is the truth.
Adobe like encoder sucks. I mean, it has all these features, but they just can't get it right. Like, I don't understand. Like, I literally had to, in order to get something out of this and into a viewable video file, I had to encode it twice. I had to bypass encode like the Adobe
The
encoder.
only thing I
and
hate
use the
about
render
Adobe
queue.
is its random crashes.
I really, like, what am I subscribed to you for, Adobe? Like, I expected more from this subscription. If I'm giving you reoccurring payments, like, fix your shit. You know what's great? Like, Adobe is not in it's not in Australia. They don't have a branch here. So I have to do a fucking international call all the way to America and say, Adobe, fix your crap. Like,
Definitely.
shit. It's really grinds my gears. Ugh. Thanks, Adobe.
Osh, that sucks.
Yeah, so I have to, like, get up at 1 a.m. or something, get on the phone, call an international call, and just watch my money drain away as I explain to these people that your thing is broken. And I don't understand why, like, you're asking me to subscribe to all this broken shit. Anyway, that's finally masked.
You need to start a branch in Australia. Haha.
Yeah. Yeah, but then I have to deal with Adobe's crap, and then it's just me being paid to forward calls to America. Unbelievable. And I don't like the prospect of, you know, having to call America just to troubleshoot. So I will just wait until it fixes itself. That way I don't have to spend any effort on it. Alright, so that's finally all paused. So now I can finally add the saber effect. That looks pretty retro, actually. I like it. Is it core? I think it's core, right? Core size, customize core, layer mask. Yeah, that's the ticket. Alright, so this is not that complete, but I also want to make fire. Is that a thing now? Yeah. What was it? Turn up distortion. Gotta find that. Gotta find that tutorial again.
All of the core, and all the same settings are here. You have your fractal type, turn the amount down, and you can really start to create some nice looks. Now, here's a really important thing I want to show you, and that is the way that the alpha channel works
Definitely
mask.
has a promising
Now, remember,
start.
we added a circle mask to our layer. So what I can do is, so scroll down
yeah.
here, and we see the alpha mode. Now, currently it's disabled, but if we turn on enabled masks,
So
it'll
the
actually
effect
show
I want
what
to
the
have
transparency
is
would look like. It actually
for this
crops out the
team
outside of the mask. So
thing,
this
I
can be a
want-
really cool feature because now you can kind of see
Okay, well.
what the effect looks like kind of inside of a shape. And again, it can be
Ah, that's
any
why the
shape.
team
We can
pose was
just,
up there. Crap. Okay.
add additional shapes here, and it's all going to animate. All the masks are fully controlled simultaneously. But what else can we do with this alpha mode? Well, there's another really cool mode called Mask Glow. And what that does is only masks the glow, but leaves the
Yeah,
core
I think I
on
should
the
move the
outside.
burn from the team
So,
pose.
Since we've displaced our core a
Let's
little
remove
bit,
the burn
we
film.
can actually see it
Put it onto
extruding
the
past the glow area. And again,
this
and this really
segment.
helps to create a more organic effect. So to really see what's possible, what you want to do is play around with the different presets. And you can just see how they look, how they animate, check out the settings, play with
correction.
the settings.
No, it's
Now, I
stylized,
will warn
isn't
you
it?
that the
Yeah, it's
name of the
stylized burn
presets
film.
are worse than random. In fact, I think if they were randomly selected, they might be more accurate. And I'll try to publish a list of what all of the effects are and their names. Now, there's something else cool about the distortion when you're using the saber instead of a mask. So let's delete the masks, and we'll set this back to saber.
Okay. Alright, so
And
I
we'll
need to
scroll
put
down,
the burn film on
and
this.
what we can do is move the saber around.
Track the burn.
And notice that the
set it
distortion
to
and the
0,
noise actually
and by the end
follows
of this, I
the
want it burnt
saber
out.
wherever it goes.
Okay.
I can also turn on the
100%.
distortion amount.
So
You can see that
voice.
also follows it. And actually goes in the direction. So if I were to turn up the wind,
Alright, so that's fine.
the wind will go in the
team
direction
pose.
of the saber. Now, what if I want to turn that off? Well, there's an option called lock noise to saber. So if we turn that off, now we can actually move it around freely as if we're moving it through a smoke-filled room. Maybe I could turn up the intensity and see this a bit.
Okay.
So depending on what
I
you're
gotta
trying to
clean
do, this
up
can be a
this
really
by-
cool way to create
So all of
laser
this,
blasts or other
I
cool
believe,
effects
is
that
just
actually
segments of
pass
film that
through
I put
space.
together.
Now, one other setting here, so let's go and switch this over to the
alright,
arc
that's that
reactor, so kind of an
entire
electrical
block,
mode here.
I think.
And the way that this is looking electric
Starting
is
from
simply the
team
distortion
entry
of the core.
to
Now, there's an option here called blend on top. So if we
this
turn that off,
corner fight.
it'll actually get rid of the core, or you could turn it back on. So it's just a way to be able to create a saber that has its base core, but just has a little bit of noise on it, like a particular character
I have to
in
fix
a
this as well.
particular Star Wars movie.
Because this doesn't have
I'm not
a...
saying who it is, but I'll bet with a little bit of work.
Oh, I have to like put
And of course,
this
you could turn
down
up the
here.
noise speed.
I was just lazy. So
All right, so those are some really useful options. And
Okay,
again, in
so I
this
just gotta view this
example,
again.
you can see that Now, even though the effect
Believe
is
it or not,
two-dimensional,
you
what
actually motivated me to start a
duplicate
commission
it,
I've been
Control
sitting
D,
on. So thank you
and
for sharing your
rotate it.
dedication and consistency.
just to add a little more dimension and just change the
anytime,
random
Sex
seed
Ninja.
of the distortion. So we could just change the random seed, and it looks completely different. So there's always a cool trick to be able to create more dimension.
I like
with these type of
intensive
effects.
blocks
And
of
keep in
work,
mind, you
and
can
then
have a different
having
speed for the core and the glow. So you can
basically
create
projects.
a little bit of separation between
and
the
the more
two and just
varied, the
add
better.
more detail.
Like, I like
All right, so here's
discovering
another
new
interesting
ways of
example.
doing
So
things.
I've got a
and-
mask that's
right?
animated, and what I'll do is
with
I'll come
film,
to the core
it's a
settings
creative
and
art,
change
so-
the end offset to about the middle.
All right, well that's
And
fine.
what I could do is then
all
take
of that
the
is good.
effect and hit edit,
Just I think I
duplicate.
should.
and now I have an extra copy. what I'll do is come down here to the render settings and change the composite to add.
I don't usually
Now
do
I've
this.
combined
Like,
both of the effects together.
it's not. It's
Now,
not what I
instead of them
could
being the
consider
same,
consistent.
what I'll
It's
do
not
Likewise,
like I
I
make
think I
offset
will
back
revisit
over,
my
turn the
tutorial
size
series
back up,
that I have been developing
and
as
maybe
well.
move the start offset
I am
over
getting
so that there's
motivated
a
as
gap
well.
in the middle.
Yeah,
Thank
Turn the
you.
anytime.
start size down to kind of match it.
Maybe I'll take a
So
look at
what's
your
cool about this
tutorial
is that I can
series.
change the color and the settings, and both of the effects will be
You know what
linked together
motivates
to
me
the
to do
same
work?
mask.
It's like if you
So,
do
and
work
you can see here I have a
in,
couple more stacked
like,
up here that are
and
basically doing
stream
the same
at the
thing.
same
So you can
time,
basically
like people
create
just pop
a
into
whole
your room
lot of
and
Saber rendering
take a look at what you're doing,
on a single
and you get to
mask and on a
explain
single layer.
and
So that
and
it's a little
basically
bit
show off
easier
your
to
work, and
manage
that
a
really
path. And of course, you can use expressions to link masks together. And
that's
things
really
like that.
motivating because
So, a lot of
you
different
basically
ways
you're the
to
expert in the
work
room
with
and
this effect. After looking at these examples, you'd think that Harry
collage.
Potter was actually the thing that inspired this plugin. All right, let's go and
Cool.
take a look at
So
a few
that's
different
all.
title examples. So here's a
That's
combination
all
of two
sorted.
separate layers, and we can kind of see what that looks like. Now, same thing here is I'm just animating
Work
the end
area.
offset along with the mask evolution. Now, again, it's nice because you can really try out some different looks simply by switching
how do
the
I
presets.
limit.
Now, in this
the-
example, we have some text created with Element 3D,
how do I?
and we're simply overlaying
Is it composition?
edge design
Composition.
that's
Settings.
animating on with a little bit of
then
energy, so it kind of has a cool sort of backlit kind of look.
1828.
It also looks cool to animate the wind, so it kind of looks like it's
Maybe we'll.
pushing
I,
away
I
from
reckon
the
we should
surface
just
a
stay
little
in
bit, so
touch, you guys,
see how that
and
looks.
when we're like low on motivation, we'll just hang out in each other's project rooms, and
So it adds a really
I
nice
sub
touch.
to your
and the thing
YouTube
that
channel.
really makes it unique is
thanks,
the
Gearcraft.
realistic light
Although
fall
it's
off
mostly
from
used for
below.
like stream archive,
that's
so
gonna come from
I don't
these two
actually. I
settings, the
haven't
spread
actually
and the bias.
produced any
By turning the
YouTube
bias
videos
down, you
yet.
can actually create a much
so,
hotter outside edge, and it looks more like it's a light source that's falling off.
It's just an archive.
And,
I
the spread will
mostly
help
do
you
live streams.
Spread it out,
So yeah,
across
just
the entire
forewarning
surface.
you.
Cool
36,
combination
54.
there. All right, now how about creating some kind of neon effect like this? Well, what I have is some outlines.
What's the
mask form,
hotkey
and I'll go ahead and take the saber
to
effect,
lower the
drop it onto that layer,
to like snip off
and
the
we'll switch the
composition?
custom core to the layer masks.
Trim comp. Oh yeah,
Perfect.
that's it. Trim
Wait,
comp to work area.
And we just need to bring the size down maybe to 1.5 and bring the
All right,
intensity
yeah.
down.
We'll make this come here.
I also like to bring the
Trim comp to
spread
work area.
and the bias down. Just
Team entry. Yep, that
now,
looks
there is
good.
a nice preset actually
All
called
right, and this
Neon,
collage
which
section.
does look pretty nice. The thing I like to do actually with my neon effects is go down to the render settings and play around with the post color correction. So you see the brightness value here? Now these color correction settings will actually affect the core. So if we bring the brightness
Alt
down,
to trim effect and mark location.
in this case, neon light.
Wow, where did my
Maybe we'll
title
play around
sequence
with
go?
it. Start
If you want
end
to trim
offset.
clips quickly.
Shit. Oh god, all of the undo. Yeah. For some reason I screwed up my title.
So this is pretty cool. And just
For some
it's just a
reason.
matter of playing
I'm
around
gonna have
with
to
the
leave it
settings here.
bloated and sick.
Now, this is where you can have fun.
Performance issues.
Masks, and that'll crop out the edges. Maybe we'll even turn on mask only the glow, and that'll keep our edges intact. Now, here's what it looks like with another copy. I'll go ahead and set this to add.
There's a
and turn
frame
on
there
another
missing.
copy here. So that color combination looks really nice.
Oh god,
and
what have I
pretty
done?
much any color combination, strangely, you'll just see some really just great looks, just because light tends
Dear,
to
are you an
blend
animator?
together really nicely. Let's see, I have another layer here with some kind of like
Alright,
Seeing the
whatever.
full animation
fiery
clip right
effect. I
there,
think I just
it is
used the
looking
energy
awesome.
preset. I don't know. This is like Empire Steakhouse now.
I've been working
Great.
3 days straight on
Now,
this,
another
losing
really
sleep,
fun example
just so I
is
can make the
this right
deadline
here.
tomorrow. Ugh.
And this represents
And I
a
think the
really
computer
cool
is
concept,
like
and that's
starting to
because
die as well.
I'm actually using a text layer rather than masks. So check this out. My text layer is right here, and I can actually edit it
And
like
yes,
a live layer. So
I
can
do
turn it
motion
off,
graphics and
but if
animation.
I double click on it, I can type in a new thing. Turn off my stock footage there.
My website is gcraftv.com. Awesome.
And basically, with
Same
these
here.
2 layers, you have one that has kind of like
Hey, we should produce a
edge,
movie
and then one with a little bit of a fiery
with
edge.
with explosions and lasers and boobs.
You could go through, change the font, you know, really customize it quite a bit. And not only that, but you can also change the preset at this point.
I think we should. I think blending mode. We'll go add.
And just to
We
give
are
you
a
an
film crew
idea on
waiting
how
to
this
happen
works,
right here.
I know, right?
basically what you do is you switch it to a text layer, and you set the text layer to your editable
Can't
text
forget
layer, and
about
it
the
simply
boobs.
uses that
Can't forget
just
about
like
the
it
boobs.
would
Yeah.
any kind of a mask. And then again, we have the alpha mode set to mask glow, and that keeps the core on the outside. So if we went into the core distortion,
Lol.
Okay. Lol.
we would see that effect
Okay,
on the
so
outside.
I'm gonna rename this to the.
That was actually kind of something I was doing in some of my
What
other
software
examples.
are you using?
Using the color, right? And
I'm
turning
using
off
MS
blend on
Paint.
top, and turning up the
Right,
distortion,
guys? I'm using MS Paint.
and animating it down to 0.
Glow intensity.
And that combination with the fire layer will just give it a little more of an organic kind of reveal. So there you go.
Effects.
Miss
I didn't say it was
Paint
gonna
Hype.
look good. I just said it was going to be organic. Now, speaking of
Totally using
organic,
MS Paint.
one thing that's really important when you're doing effects like this is if you're trying to simulate fire.
This is Adobe.
Miss Paint is too far in the future.
Hello everyone, I'm Wasi
Miss
from
Payne.
Critics Visual Effects.
I know, right?
Today we are creating
If you must know, like, real talk,
He is
I'm using Adobe After
After
Effects.
Effects. Lol.
It's in the title. It's somewhere up there. I should change the title to MS Paint. Give me a sec.
Lol, I know.
It's in the title. Live dashboard, Twitch TV. Okay, Adobe MS Paint. Let's do this. There, the title's changed. So yeah, guys, like this is how you do MS Paint. Like really well. Like this is the pro leagues of doing MS Paint. This is 3 days of MS Paint, you know.
K because I'm getting ready to take a class on video game design.
Oh, okay. I'm
Take
using
some notes, boys.
Let me tell you something there, Smoke. I honestly think like unless you are going for a position that requires some kind of degree, I would seriously stop wasting money in any stop wasting money in that video game class and just make games. If you want to make games, just make games. Like, don't take a class on making games. That's a bit too roundabout. Make games. Game design is very much a trial and error process, but it's made easier now because you can apply patches to your game. So when players complain, just patch it out. Like a lot of the game designers that shape the game industry today have not attended a gaming class. So something to think about.
Yes. We live in the data age. You could get to a high intermediate level in almost anything from researching online. It requires a lot of experiences.
Yeah. All of those things that Gear and Personal Ninja have said, all of those things, you will not find in a classroom. Boom. Truth bomb. Like, when I came out of high school, I originally wanted to be a doctor, but I couldn't. We had in Australia, you have to take like a really, really hard personality test. It's called the UMAT, or Undergraduate Medical Aptitude Test. They test you on your logical thinking, your compassion, and other bullshit that I don't really care about. Anyway, I failed being compassionate. I just can't shake the truth that a lot of people are idiots, and why should I care about idiots because they're idiots? So that's why I couldn't become a doctor. If a person
I went to film school and learned more after I graduated than I ever did in the classroom. Only benefit to it was networking.
It's true. It's true. Networking. Networking. That's about it, really. But largely a waste of time. You just have to have the courage to strike out on your own. If you want to be a film director, don't take a class about learning films. You just need to ask yourself one question, whether it is film or games or or any kind of endeavor.
Honestly, I find it best to teach yourself a things before jumping into anything. It really based on how you apply yourself.
It's true.
I'm taking it because I want to know more about game designing.
We live in a digital age. You can buy books. You can download books. You can do a lot of research just by yourself with an internet connection, a notebook, and just a lot of time. But where was I? If you go to a classroom, basically, the classroom, just thinking about what the school objectives are and your objectives, they don't really align that well. So what I mean by this is that the school does not wants to achieve different things than what you want to achieve. So a school primarily wants to survive. So it tries to and it does this through students by attracting students and you know, saving money and all that stuff. And so they design a course. So
Exactly.
that is designed to extract money from you, like literally designed to extract money from you. And you don't learn that much because the problem with classroom education is that it applies to only certain types of learners. So it only teaches you in a particular way, and if you don't learn in that particular way, you're not going to do well. And it is designed, and it's also time constrained, and it doesn't cater to you very well.
I want to learn about consoles too.
Alright, I'm gonna break it down real for you right here. Like, consoles are just a fancy arrangement of wires and buttons. That's all it is. And let me drop something for you. If you can develop a game for a PC, you can develop a game for a console. Because what is a console? A console is just a machine that specifically plays games, whereas a computer can create as well as do those things. So if you think about it that way, a console is literally just a cut down computer. It's a cut down computer. Like, it's a computer you can't surf the net on very well and all that stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna do, like, the only reason why consoles exist is because people can't figure out the controls of PCs. They need like a totally different platform for, because people can't operate a keyboard and mouse. Also, like, licensing, because companies want to, you know, make money, so they design a console which is basically a shittier PC and put a different case on it, put a different name on it, give you less hardware, so it will also perform worse than a PC, and they sell that to you in a package deal. Because people are not smart enough to build their own PCs. So that's why consoles exist. Not to like put you down, console players, but that is the harsh reality of it. Your consoles wouldn't exist without a computer designing it. So you can even look at the specs and the electrical design and engineering of a console. Consoles will never match the power of PCs.
And make sure that it lasts less than 3 or 4 years. Gotta have an expiration date.
Yeah. I think we were talking about the design of consoles there. So in order for companies to survive, they need a constant stream of money so they can pay the workers and eat, basically. But like, how they put this expiration date is the consoles are built with crappier hardware. So in a couple of years, they need to sell you another one.
Die early.
That's true as well. But that's more of a manufacturing problem.
I've been building computers since I was 10 years old.
So you should know then that a computer will always be superior to a console. Heck, because even now, like, Microsoft produces their Xbox controllers. Like, what's the difference of plugging an Xbox controller into a PC and playing off that controller, and then what's the difference between doing that and then going to your Xbox and plugging in the same controller? You're still using the same controller, the same buttons, the same layout, and you'll also play the same games that aren't exclusive to a console. So you also play the same games as well. So there's literally no difference between using a PC and Xbox. The only difference is that the PC will always be better. It'll last longer, and it'll last longer, a lot longer than buying a console. And always, and you can build it, and you can even like upgrade your PC. You can't do that with consoles, so that's why like I'm an avid PC gamer. I only play like console games when there's absolutely no way to play it on PC. So for example, Super Smash Brothers is a game that I played quite a bit in uni and gotten quite good at. However, there's no way I could play it on PC with a GameCube controller, because my muscle memory has been molded to that controller. So that's why I have to play that. But other than that, there's no other reason to play console, in my opinion.
I made a computer with a cooler.
Good for you. I didn't need to do that because I worked a job and bought proper cases. Not only that, I'm also a very good scavenger, so I'm a good scavenger. So like people throw stuff out and I just scavenge it, so I don't really need to improvise. I built my computer out of like old library computers and just spliced them together into a Frankenstein kind of thing. It's really easy to build computers. It's like playing with Lego. Just make sure you follow instructions. Jesus. Okay. I think I should clear the layer. Composition.
Keep it cooler.
Not sure what you mean by that. And I'm not sure if you're being real with me right now. You seem to purge all memory in this case. Alright.
I went to a campus dump site after classes had ended and I got 6 working laptops, $180 in cash, 20 terabytes of hard drives, and an entire case of someone's DVD collection. People will throw away the craziest things.
Yeah, I know. So just heck, I got a new sofa and a new barbecue. Like not one of those small bulb barbecues, but a deluxe 3-burner barbecue with the lid that goes up and down, or opens and closes, and it also has a stove on the side. So I got a 3-burner barbecue, a whole outdoor set. That was really good condition. And also got a sofa. You might be able to see it behind me. It's that blue sofa right there. I got that for free. Just scavenge, dude. You don't need to make it out of a cooler. And it's not recommended.
Cool. Do you get it now, you asterisk 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 gay asterisk asterisk asterisk?
I don't appreciate that tone, Smokescreen. I'm gonna give you a warning right here. Bear in mind, you wrote, I made a computer with a cooler. That could have meant...
Okay then.
That could have meant anything. Like, I was thinking you made it out of an esky. So... Anyone can make a computer out of a cooler. That doesn't make you special.
Ban hammer.
So, yeah, that is your first and last warning there, Smoke. Like,
Asterisk, 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 you're worrying.
I don't even know what you're trying to say right now. I'm just gonna do my work, and hopefully when I finish this, you'll be in a more understandable state.
That final shot with the logo is solid, man.
I'm trying to figure something out. Okay, so just trying to figure something out. I don't mean it to be like that. I want it to explode. So that's the start of it. So yeah. Start offset 10% maybe. So I'm just looking at reviewing this video again. And offset 0. There we go. That looks pretty good. Flicker intensity 350. Okay. Distortion amount. Chord distortion. 22. Wind speed 3 or 1.65, I think. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what he did. Alright. Everything else I have to figure out by myself. So, we'll see. Alright, so this is the composition. Oh god, it's so slow. What's eating up all my performance? CPU is really maxed out. Alright, it's OBS and this.
That render lag.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, I don't know how to it's lagging like shit.
Probably
I don't know
because
why.
stream, yeah.
It's probably the stream. Yeah, alright. Okay, so there's 30 gigabytes in the thing. Alright, so maybe I can up this to 20. Up this to 20. Alright.
At the bottom of the viewer there is an option to drop the video quality, and I know that changing it to half or third quality will help speed it up.
Yeah, let's try
Maybe
that.
lowering the resolution settings.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that, hey.
Never mind, gear beat me to it.
Ah, so bad. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to reset my computer. Hopefully that'll clear some stuff up, and I'll resume the stream in a bit. So give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back, okay?